You're the best.
Evening. Briggs, thank you for 38 full months. And welcome back. But hello. Hello, Briggs, Jinx, Paul Ass. It is not my birthday, Bina, but hello. Rock. What's going on? What's going on? PB. How's tour going? Need to get rid of Sari bot one of these days. Tour of the Old Republic. Howdy, Abraxas. And Ashley, how's Tokyo? This is the first playthrough, yes. Do you have an actual Mandalorian helmet? I have a voice a lot like one game. I'll take it. So I do have Twitch integration enabled. That said, I don't know if I'm going to be... Thank you, Aaron, and welcome back.
Much obliged.
18 full months. More money for the good guy of our story. You're far too kind. But yeah, I don't know if I'm going to allow voting on choices. I might make all the decisions myself. It'll depend. But the integration will be there for... You'll be able to see my sheet at any time, and apparently maybe interact with like stats and things. I don't know how any of it works. If it becomes a thing, I'll turn it off.
So grateful.
This game apparently has Twitch chat integration, yes. I was surprised. Ubi, thank you for 6 full months with Prime. And welcome back.
I am Ferdinand von Eyre.
It's true, he is. Integration just shows the percentage of us that like the options, the final choices are okay. That's good to know. Howdy, Viz. Yeah, most games that I've played with Twitch integration that allow like the chat to influence choices, they have been chat votes, and that's final. Like, the result of that vote is what happens. Yeah, as this is an RPG, I would like to... I don't know what I'm going to do. I know very little about this game. I've only been able to glean that it's... that you're a detective of some sort, specifically because things like that. But I'm going into it, for the most part, blind. It's great and very long. Oh, good. Clocked at 50 hours. For me, that's middling when it comes to RPGs. I put in more hours in RPGs on stream, so hopefully I don't get overwhelmed. But I think when I clocked out of my my Persona 5 playthrough, because I was trying to do everything all in one playthrough, like all the 100% confidant stuff, to display it all on stream. That was my first playthrough of it, by the way. I was using a guide to get everything, but I stopped at around 120 hours. I'm no stranger to longer RPGs. Yeah, the addition of voice acting in this is what made me decide to play it on stream. Otherwise, I would not. It would be too much. Also, you got it, Rock. Fucking love this game. I keep hearing that. This game has been so well received. And I'm looking forward to getting into it. It's been on my list for a while, but because of the lack of voice acting, it was not going to be a stream game. When I heard that they were doing it, I just added it to the list. It's like a great book, but it takes a few hours to fall in love with it. Yeah, I'm kind of... My mind is racing for the possibilities of, like, going through all the possibilities of the kind of character I would want to play in something like this, given what little I know about it to begin with. But detective stuff, I wouldn't say that's my wheelhouse, but I love a good mystery. I am if I were to describe my writing, it would probably be some combination of mystery / nostalgia / horror. So this will speak to me, I'm sure. No, I have no expectations. Like, people can oh, so you did, Palace. I don't know why, but it is different. I can see the difference, but it also feels like it's been that way, if that makes sense. In other words, it suits you. Why doesn't snow have a dark mode? Have you ever seen snow right at the edge of a road? That boundary between the asphalt and the dirt? That's dark mode snow. But yeah, in terms of, I'm not one of the people who gets influenced by hype. So I don't want anyone to worry about gushing over a game they love. I also have no desire to shit on something that people love. So I'm if I dislike it for it, like I'm going to be as critical as I typically am with games generally. Like, that's not going to change, but I will also be mindful that this is a game that people love. So I would love to see why. That's typically my approach to games that people have received very well. But yeah, don't worry about influencing my opinion of the game, because that's very unlikely. That said, try to avoid, if you would, leading statements that can sort of like statements or questions that might lead me to glean something about the game at large, things like that. Howdy, Rictus. Yeah, that's the ideal mindset, Rock, but yeah, this is the internet. And also, people, like, internet aside, people just generally don't, and I understand it, people don't like to see other people shitting on things they like. It's been a while since I've had a strong narrative game, so I'm looking forward to this. I'm trying to think of all the things that I've played this year. It's been a lot of Elden Ring, which it's a Souls game, so the narrative in Elden Ring is not exactly forthcoming. Did I do Mass Effect this year? Yeah, it's a BioWare game. Elden Ring ate up a lot of time. Yeah, I'm in the same boat, Rick, as I have made a point to avoid anything about this game. Because I knew when I did see, I don't remember it, but I did see trailers and things when they announced this. Haven't looked at anything since, and once I heard it was so well received, especially among my typical friend group, I made a point to avoid as much of it as I could, just so I could go into it fresh. Because while I don't mind opinions, I do hate spoilers. If you haven't guessed, I'm mostly stalling a little bit to give people a chance to pile in, because I know there were a handful of people that were looking forward to this. Did they give no, I'm thinking of Dragon Age. They gave a release or a name for the new Dragon Age game. I don't think we heard anything about Mass Effect. Did pop into a blind playthrough, yes. I need to finish Inquisition. I made the conscious effort to leave that on my hard drive. With the exception of, I think, one of my drives, my recording drive, which honestly isn't, it's a 2 terabyte drive that I have for recordings. It's an HDD, not an SSD. But with the exception of that drive, I am now using all SSDs, which is nice. One of them's an M2, and I have a slot for one more M2 that I might slap in at one point. But in doing that, in making I had to clone 2 drives. One of them was a partition of that 2 terabyte drive. And on that drive was Dragon Age Inquisition. And I made the choice of keeping it or deleting it. And I decided to keep it because I do want to finish it. I have a score to settle with that boiled egg. I know exactly who that's referring to. I've heard rumblings of the way that character goes in Inquisition, and I don't have any context, so please refrain from saying too much, because I'm going to get there. I know it's been years. Yeah, I was just burned out on Inquisitions. I had to play a good 40 hours of it straight, trying to sprint to the end, or sprint through the content, because I was trying to also do everything, which is my curse. 100% as many areas as I could. And I think I was in the middle of the Jaws of Hakon DLC, but I just couldn't do it anymore. There's some huge drives laying around I could have. Tempting, but unnecessary. So I only have one more spot. One more, the only slot I have left for a hard drive, in my case, is an M2 drive. One of these days I'm going to replace the 2 terabyte drive in there, but it's replace the HDD with an SDD. Just for the sake of doing it, or SSD. But I'm not going to pay for a 2 terabyte SSD. One of these years, just download more space. You're right. Wit, nice indeed. Thank you for 69 months of continued support.
Much obliged.
All right, that's going to be I think that's a good enough time. We've been going for about 20 minutes. Let's get into it. Oh shit. Okay. I think you're extremely intelligent, very bad with people, knows interesting facts, comes up with original ideas, very psychological, magnetic personality, but unstable. Might begin to lose his mind. Okay. Physical, extremely physical, interacts with the world through his body, gets things done, but dumb as a rock. Or I can go custom. Intellect, psyche, physique, motorics. Interesting. What's encyclopedia, which... Oh, that, okay, that's what it is, I see. Have a good lurk at Braxis. The Furies are at home in the mirror. There's their address. Even the clearest water, if deep enough, can drown.
There is nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. Your conscious ferments in it. No larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore.
Thank you, ancient reptilian brain.
Ever. Never, ever. An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
What was that about the X something?
An awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in your dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful. A ball of meat surrounding you. This is a terrible line of questioning, and it will only lead to more awareness of the meat thing.
Now, I wanted to know about the X something.
Ex-love, ex-tenderness. It is foolish of you to resurface to the loss. Not after all the damage you've suffered to get here. Some of it irreversible. Stay. Sail with me through the abyss of pelagic zone.
No, I want to get off now. I like pain and burning light and wanting things from people who don't want to give them to me.
Do you really?
Inky blackness does sound, well, horrifying, honestly. And do let me off.
You wouldn't like it if I told you what was back there. Why'd you think you had to bludgeon yourself into oblivion? Or did you not sense yourself marinating? Poured so much on yourself, got a bit carried away, did we, Chef?
Wait, I did this to myself?
Yes, your one disco mother.
Tell me, it's waiting for me.
There's this giant ball there. An evil apes. And the evil apes are juking it out on the ball. You're one of them. It's basically all just evil apes juking it out on a giant ball.
Don't die, Rock. How big is the ball?
You can't even make out it's a ball when you're joking it out. It's that large.
How small are the apes?
Infinitesimally small.
And this duking it out I keep hearing about, what's that?
Vying for resources. It's just a stupid expression you picked up somewhere. The part of the presentation you want to take home with you is this. You have to beat the other evil apes in the face, or you lose.
That's sad.
Yes, it is. And you drowned in that sadness a long time ago.
What do you mean, drowned?
You lost.
The sound outside, you recognize it. It's a Caprice Canela motor carriage.
I upped the volume a bit. Or do I need to up the dialogue volume more? So I think I can once I hit a menu. I don't know if I can enter that now. Level 1 cleric, thank you for 20 full months.
You're the best.
A bit of buzz on my mic. Oh no. Can anyone confirm? Or elaborate? Jesus. See, that's good enough. This reel-to-reel tape player is still on, rolling empty. Looks like someone tore out the tape while the song was still playing.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in.
Assess the damage.
The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside.
Did I break it with my own hands?
A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent.
What did this then?
More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact.
Assess the size of the impact.
It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. You're looking for something heavy and larger than your fist.
A bottle, a brick.
Like the green shoe that's on the hat rack in the corner, which, coincidentally, is missing its friend.
Our shoe.
Congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe. Now you only have one. If you're lucky, you can still find the other on the balcony outside. The door to it should be outside your room.
I should go and get that shoe.
A cool wind gushes in. Your toes curl up from the cold.
Find your other shoe. Seems like your green snakeskin shoe is missing its partner. You should find it before you go venturing into the wild unknown. 2 shoes are better than 1. Unite them again.
This fan has 2 chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades.
You know? I'm doing it.
You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap. It's released from the blade. What you have in your hand is a truly hideous necktie with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose. You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants.
Okay.
It says "whirling in rags" on the aluminium keyring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door. The Whirling in Rags is a hostel cafeteria on the urban coast, frequented by dock workers.
Words fail to describe how rank it smells in here. I should have sent a poet. You see bottles in the bathtub, wine, beer, and sweet liquors.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off. Was this not the same Elo that founds empires and lays waste to cities, virile, uncaring towards the little things? Probably not, no.
Very interesting the way they're... Okay. It seems to be a lot going on under the hood.
Hot water sprays from the faucet's base, and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just a vague impression of a man.
Hello, Caged. I am playing on PC, yes.
Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor. As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror. Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it.
Maybe I should touch it first. Make sure there's nothing wrong with my face.
Yeah, there is definitely something wrong with it.
What? What's wrong? Yeah, they told me about the tab thing.
Where to even begin? There is the bloatedness, then the swollenness. It's like there's an upholstery of alcohol underneath your skin.
I'm sorry.
Bet you are. Your nose feels like a small balloon in the middle of your face. It hurts when you honk it. It doesn't appear to be a particularly tiny nose either. Not with all the drinks it's absorbed for you.
If I found it, okay.
It's not. It's swollen and snail-like, wriggling between your fingers.
I'm out of here. Okay, so I can use WASD to get around. It does have Twitch integration, yes. I have enabled that. Left foot, of course. On my head. Okay. Hold left, hold right. No, I don't do it. How's it going, dog boy? This magnum-sized bottle of Commodore Red is empty. Yeah.
A mirror hangs on the wall, covered in steam. As you slowly reach your hand toward abort, you clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it. Behold.
Optic blast.
You have no idea who this thing is, do you?
Again, with the Twitch integration sometimes boost one of my, yeah, I saw you can also lower it as well, I think. So you can help or ruin me a little bit. This is the face of a late stage alcoholic.
Too late. You clearly have rigor mortis on your face. Or wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why?
I have no idea why it's there. It just is.
Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself.
Nah.
You can't, can you? It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face, and now it won't come off.
That is kind of horrifying.
What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
I'm insinuating that I'm vaguely sympathetic. I think I'm sort of pulling it off, too, in a sad has-been kind of way. There is some charm to it.
There might have been 10 years ago. It's little more than a cadaverous spasm now.
Dig deep into your mind.
It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life for our species.
Okay.
Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, disco happened. For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume la Million. If it doesn't rhyme, you're not pronouncing it right. Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open-air boîte de nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression.
Mhm. So I adopted it. Why?
Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it's all gone now. Only the grimace remains.
I feel the need to add a clicking sound when I make it.
The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume Le Million's regional mega hit, Don't Worry, Your Pretty Little Head.
How long ago was the new?
Some 20-odd years. There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Looking good on you, or anyone. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic.
Anything else, like who I am? Why did I drink myself into oblivion?
You have some understanding of the near history of disco. The rest is darkness. Aside from the useless fact that the motor carriage outside was a caprice canema.
I guess that's it then.
It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
I'd love to.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in.
I'm not paying for that. What's the date? The calendar says it's March. The year's 51.
Hello, officer.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips. Her eyes are brown and her face is speckled with birthmarks. She can't be more than 28. A silver jumpsuit falls off her like scale armor, sparkling. This is the sparkle of too many nights out on the city.
Officer. Am I military personnel? Also, I see very, every so often, the voice meter on my Go XLR will move, even though that's not in use and shouldn't be getting any sort of input at all. Is my microphone doing anything weird? It's not even the mic channel, it's the voice, which is an output, not an input. Me buzzing a little bit. Like as I speak, or every so often as I speak. Gonna try something. still doing it. I cannot hear myself at the moment, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if this changed anything. All right, still doing it. I set that back then. Has it been this way before? The whole stream, but before this, for those of you who have been at least here for the last like 2 or 3, that's something to compare it to. Not yesterday. What the hell? I'm going to do something a little unorthodox. I'm going to unplug the microphone and plug it back in, see if that does anything. Test. Still doing it's probably still I can't even see any sort of visual indicator, and I can't hear it, so I just don't know. Let's see. I assume it's still doing it. If it's only when I talk, I can only imagine that it's... might be a noise gate issue. I don't really know how to address it. Well, I'll continue on. I apologize. Hopefully it's not that bad, and I'll sort it out after. I'm hoping it's not this microphone. I remember it being an issue before. This isn't the first time this has happened. But I do have a couple of other XLR mics that I can use. I just would have to reconfigure my audio setup, like the equalizers and all that, which is going to take more time than I want to spend on it right now. Usually a loose connection or faulty cable. I have checked the connections, but there's one thing that I didn't try. 1 second. I'm hoping it doesn't make my GoXLR inoperable. test. Any change? No change. Yeah, alright, I'll sort that out later. I apologize. If it becomes unbearable or it becomes worse, let me know and I'll figure something out. But as of now, if it's not unbearable, a fix would be too timely. My military personnel.
No.
Then why did you call me an officer?
Because you're a police officer, sir.
Are you sure?
I am, yes. Unless you've been feeding us a set of very well-rehearsed lies all this time.
All this time?
You've been here for 3 days. On official police business, no less.
And what business is that?
Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
You have no doubt about the drinking. But do you strike yourself as a tight-lipped drunk? She must have heard something.
Oh, Christ. Who in their right mind would let me be an officer of the law?
Don't be so harsh on yourself. They let almost anyone be a police officer.
Why don't I remember being a cop or anything else?
Could it be because of the drinking?
She hasn't had time to put her makeup on. This is her morning cigarette. She looks tired, her beauty waning faster than it ought to at her age.
I might not know where I am, or who I am, or what a caprice kinema is. How I know what I know what one sounds like.
She nods.
But I do know when someone's not telling me the whole story. What am I doing here? What's my case?
There's a mercenary out back. He's been hanged. The body has been there for a week now. The locals probably got tired of it and called the cops.
Why didn't you just tell me that?
I didn't mean to overwhelm you with information. You seem a bit lost, officer.
I should get going now.
Of course. Be careful, officer. They don't like the police around here.
Something stirs in you as she's about to go. Call it an instinct, a need. The need to ask questions. It's like you said the words 1,000,000 times before. She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
What if I don't want to ask questions?
You're a cop, Harry. It is unnatural of you not to want to ask questions.
Wait, have some questions before you go.
Yes?
What is it they have against the police here?
The dock workers are pretty cocky. They think they're police enough. At least here on the coast. I can't say about the rest of the city.
Where exactly is here? Where am I?
You're in a hostel, sir.
No, where are we? Where in the world?
We are in Revachol.
Revachol is the disgraced former capital of the world, divided into zones of control under foreign occupation. Half a century after a failed world revolution, she is central to our moment in time.
Should that mean something to me?
You sure look like you're from Revachol. Revachol parties.
Her accent suggests she is not from around here. She's from Aranier, another part of the world.
Your room is almost next to mine. Did you hear anything last night?
There was the usual ruckus. Loud disco music.
Did I have any visitors?
I couldn't say. It's impossible to hear people speaking from over here.
Loud disco music.
Oh, yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestration prime among them.
Oh, that. Yeah. Whoa. The less said about OO, the better.
Ooh.
Oh, were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course. Like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on.
Yeah, we go on, all right. Howdy, Gerbert.
I don't know about that. At around 2 o'clock, the disco stopped, and there was a change of pace.
What happened?
A slow, sad song started playing, like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of the time, you were yelling along to it.
Was I singing this?
Yes, there was a church in there, a really small church, like the smallest, saddest church in the whole world. It was about that. And also,
What else?
that it doesn't matter anymore and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a winded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it.
Sorry.
Don't be. I was going out later anyway. It didn't bother me.
And then what happened?
Then you started screaming and trashed the place.
Are you sure I wasn't being assaulted?
No, it didn't sound like there was a fight. It sounded like someone was trashing their room. A window was smashed. The tape player, probably. The song stopped. And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out.
It prides me to hear this. Was there anything else?
There was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I may have misheard, but it was sort of memorable. I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then, around 4 or 5. And that was it.
Tell me, is it 51 now?
It's 51.
What century?
The current century?
And that's what? What number?
Centuries don't have numbers. They have names. And this is the current one.
How many centuries have there been then?
Civilization has existed for 8,000 years, sir.
What's so funny?
You're right. There is nothing funny about civilization.
Okay, you can go now.
Glad to have been of assistance.
Looks like she left her nice long stub in the ashtray. Still smoking. Can I close the door? There's something on the table. I'll take change. Gust of briny wind washes over you.
There they both are. Two identical shoes, both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin, reunited on your feet. Like two baby crocodiles.
How do they fit?
Good. They're balanced. Comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now, truth be told.
I don't think I can do that from here. Whatever happened to... Sorry, so, hold on. Research 4 hours, 4.5 hours. With his amber mane and sparkling teeth, beguiled the tattered remains of the nation. While you suffered and suffered, did he dematerialize in a cloud of cocaine dust? Or did he simply stand in the corner and melt into the slendering, new lines of some starlit? Coite de nuit? Forget. French is not my strong suit. 20 years ago. Spare a thought for his great ass, too. Or wait. Maybe he became a police officer in Revachol West. Logic -1. That was weird. The smell of the sea makes you dizzy. Black ice warning. This is the weekend edition of the satirical newspaper Trompe le Monde. Summer door closed for the winter. There's a summer door? This is where the lyrics would be. Big old karaoke mic, just waiting for someone to sing into it. The speaker's connected to the radio. The music is seasoned with static.
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul.
My soul's cubic content is obscured by the hangover.
Of course, At this point, precise measurements of your soul can only be performed from the outside. It needs to be heard through a PA system by other people.
What should I sing when it comes to it?
You should sing the sad small church song from that tape you found. Thought it was obvious.
Of course. They'll really get a gauge on my solo with that one.
Serves them right. Wipe that smirk off their face with your sad, tragic, small church song. Who's laughing now? No one. You would need another copy of the tape first, though. The one upstairs is destroyed.
Great. This is a water cooler. A large bubble is rising to the surface. The soft purr of an electric juicer comes from the kitchen. Someone is working. The menu has been wiped clean. Only the word Monday is written on it. A woman's hand wrote yesterday's menu. Today's starts in a man's handwriting. The door is bolted. The sign reads, "Kitchen reserved for personnel until 1300. Inside, you catch a glimpse of union paraphernalia. A strike poster, some red. I missed that last word. What was that? The sign reads, "Mess hall reserved for union members. Doors open 1600. This royal pinball machine is unplugged.
A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird. As you approach, he gives you a sideways glance, then looks down again. Everything is cool between you and this guy. He's a big fan. Make some small talk.
Oh no.
A competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs. One of its wings broken. The man is trying to mend it. Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it, most likely on a wall. This is the Great Skua. The seabird is the symbol for the discovery of the Insulindian Isola, the part of the world you are in right now. The small steel tag says as much. The Great Skua, Stegosaurus skua.
What happened to the bird?
Look, your buddy is over there.
Looks at the doors where a man in a bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor.
Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
What do you mean, my buddy?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
Are you the bartender?
No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager.
He's very animated all of a sudden. This seems like a touchy subject.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
I could antagonize him.
The theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist theme, used on everything from pinball cabinets to full-flavor cigarettes.
The narrator? No, that's not Dave Fennoy. What are its hallmarks?
Clinging to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all the profiteers and homosexuals. Basically, imagine a yellow plastic crown with a liquor brand emblazoned on it.
I'd rather know more about the world of today.
The contemporary period stands still. The fated carousel of progress that doomed the Royalists is itself winding down. Our time is decelerating into what no one knows.
Hello, sweetie.
Lena, the cryptozoologist's wife, I see.
You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
She nods towards the man in the orange bomber jacket.
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. You. As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. On the sleeve of his bomber jacket, as well as on its back, are the same enigmatic white rectangles as on your blazer.
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he's waiting for your name.
Yeah, I'll make a name.
Concentration makes you squint your eyes. Your name should be deep gold and orange, like a forest fire looming on the horizon, but mixed with the stench of liquor rising from your breath.
Oh no, I'm an aura.
2 steps closer to it, but there are still many to go.
What can you imagine walking up to someone, you're a cop no less, you introduce yourself to someone you suspect is your colleague, and they say in response, "It is not yet time."
Okay then. It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
What he means is, he has been trying to meet up with you for 2 days, but you have been otherwise occupied.
No, I haven't.
Then we should ask him for a rundown of the area. Get me up to speed. I understand the scene is out back, right? It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
I haven't.
Okay, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you removed the dead body from the tree?
No.
So, the body is still in the tree, where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
How can he be so sure I'm from the police?
I was sent here to meet a detective from Precinct 41. You have the insignia of the Citizens Militia on your sleeve and on your back.
He points to your jacket. The body is perfectly aged. You know, like a nice Gouda.
I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia from the black market or forged it. But for now, I'm going to set those possibilities aside. I'm not from the Inspectorate General.
Inspectorate General means internal affairs. What he's saying is, he's not from the Rat Squad and isn't supposed to suspect such things.
You mean internal affairs?
Yes, but I'm not them. I'm from criminal investigation.
You said insignia. These white rectangles, you mean?
Yes.
But they're just white rectangles.
They're not just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters RCM and a pattern resembling the street grid of Revachol West.
So I'm so concerned going through these dialogue options that in doing the traditional RPG thing of exhausting dialogue and getting more information out of NPCs, I'm going to tip my hand somehow and they're going to react as normal people would when you ask things that you should know the answer to already. And I think I'm going to lean into that.
I would ask you to step into the headlights of my motor carriage, but again, it's none of my concern. I just need you to do your job.
Shouldn't have a badge or something?
You mean you don't have a badge?
You know, it was not on me when I woke up.
Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I would advise you to locate it as quickly as possible. But getting the body down should still take precedence.
Let's go.
After you, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with him.
That's neat. The bottle of rum has been knocked over. Beautiful dark liquid is spilling out. A man is sleeping at the table wearing mud-caked boots and rolled-down overalls. The back of his shirt reads Wild Pines, encircled by a logo with a tree.
A colorful piece of plastic is dangling from his carabiner. Makes your fingers itch. On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
Casey, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh heck, best game. It's my first playthrough of it. How are you doing? How have you been? Inspect the piece of plastic.
It's a dock worker's ID, doubling as a shift card and a job permit. A young, able-bodied man stares back at you from the photo. Santiago S. John.
I don't think I want to steal that. Not yet.
The man
Pills.
does not mind. You probably need them more than he does.
You've just picked up some magnesium. This item is stored in the bottom left corner of the screen above your character portrait. Use magnesium to heal your morale if you have morale damage.
Okay. Lieutenant, who's this?
No idea. Looks like he works for Wild Pines, the logistics company who owns and operates the harbor.
But why is he sleeping during the day?
Possibly because there's a strike going on in the harbor. There's not much to do aside from drinking and sleeping.
What kind of soup? A heap of snow melts in this wheelbarrow. He's so delicious. The street sign reads, "Fuck the police." Okay. Pigs go home. The street name is illegible. There are bottles inside. You could pick them up if you had a bag. Read the St. Gislin 8B.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic.
Visual calculus.
The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message, written in the language of burnt rubber. Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A. The driver started there and then accelerated straight into the fence.
What happened next?
The driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building. Before heading south, must have been in a hurry.
Car drove through the fence.
You are correct. This is a rather motor carriage-friendly city.
Is this connected to the case?
I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents waiting to happen in Martinez. With the jam right here on the roundabout, I would keep them separate.
You could follow the track south. There seems to be a canal there. See where they went, if you find the time.
It's like spoiled meat and curdled dairy. A human being decomposes.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
Get an exact count.
Maybe more than 12. No, 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud.
Go over them one by one.
1. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 46. 2. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 44. 3. Hobnailed work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 43. 4. Standard work boot, number 45 or 46.
Wait, which is it?
You don't know. It's a miracle you can tell the prints apart as it is. The cold must have preserved them. 5. Another standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 44. 6. An aberration, light as air, even pace, same make of boot, but number 41.
Male or female?
Impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. The gait is undeveloped.
Pretty good at this, ain't I?
You're not bad. It's as if the whole world darkens. Everything else has a thin film of unimportance on it, and the tracks burn in the middle of it, in a strange, beautiful way.
Chillin' monkey, please.
7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 46. But the imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms. 8. And yet another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole, however. The right sole is smoother, more worn.
How many?
8.
I was pretty off then. I counted 20.
Same guys are going back and forth.
I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary?
A heavy one. 200 kilogram imprint.
200? Could it be the combined weight of two people, one carrying the other who's tied up? Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built, soon-to-be-dead man.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
One of them was carrying him over.
Possibly, yes.
But why?
You're thinking, why did they have to carry him?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows.
Maybe the victim wasn't conscious.
Even easier to carry on a stretcher, or between two men. Anyway, it's for future consideration. What else can you see?
Light step, number 41 shoe.
A woman? Or a kid?
Could be a kid.
Okay. How do you know?
He knows it's hard to discern sex from a person's gait.
I don't.
Understood. Anything else?
An aberration. One soul is smoother than the other.
Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul.
Take care, Ethander. Do you have any ideas, Lieutenant?
Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer?
So one of the people we're looking for is a drummer.
No, it's not. Forget I said it. We are not looking for a drummer. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
Nod thoughtfully.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no?
Yes. Prudent. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The lieutenant writes the information down in his notebook and reverts to the tracks in the mud. How old do you think these tracks are?
A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
It is not impossible.
How do you know?
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashon. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
What do you think happened here?
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed, they all stood in a row here and looked at the tree. Yes, everything fits so well. Carried him over, hoisted him up, watched him hang. This is easy.
I think we have a firm understanding of what happened here.
The lieutenant's eyes narrow. He's thinking to himself.
Either way. What else?
You've been through all of it. I don't like this kid here. This kid's ladder is rickety, but still climbable. The ladder's for kids. It wouldn't hold the weight of a grown man. Someone is trying to grow herbs in the greenhouse. Uh-oh. The letter R wears a crown, and the ribbon below, a light above descending. Yeah, it's...
Kuno's got this.
The boy throwing rocks at the dead body can't be older than 12. Oh my god, that portrait.
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it.
Yep.
He's almost exquisite in his ugliness, like a gremlin.
Accurate.
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy Kuno!
You will. Moment of your time, please.
Can't talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong. Throwing rocks.
Shit coming up strong. That sounds good. Joyous. You should hang out with this kid and see what that juicy shit is all about.
What? You see what now?
I mean drugs. The kid's on drugs.
Oh.
Yeah, Kuno! Ride the lightning, Kuno!
What?
Kuno's riding at sea.
He wipes sweat from his brow and sends another rock flying.
The rake, Kuno!
Oh no.
You should throw the rake at him, Kuno!
Oh no.
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
You kids' siblings?
The fuck are you talking about?
Throws another rock.
He's calling us Kuno! He says
Oh.
we're fucking each other!
That. No, that's not. Look, I have questions for you.
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got.
What?
The kid moves his hands like a basketball player dribbling fast.
The body. What do you know about it?
Shitload, pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno!
This is where you quickly ask him questions. Real cop questions. Like a cop.
Do you know how it got up there?
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down.
So you didn't see it happening.
You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional.
Oh, okay. Where'd you go then?
I don't know. Some fucking
He looks around, trying to come up with something.
Mesco or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City.
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some pulp science fiction novel.
That's a fictional city name. Night City doesn't exist.
Why you gotta be riding Kuno's ass? You haven't been where Kuno's been. You haven't been in Kuno's head. You wanna know where Kuno was? You wanna know what Kuno's been fucking up to?
Oh, don't tell him that, Kuno! It's lame!
It's not fucking lame. Kuno's building Kuno's City. Night City. Rage City. The City of Rage. That's it. And it's not lame.
Lame!
That's the name of Kuno's City, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back. This shit ain't about that.
It's impossible to deduce what it is about, at least for the moment. If it's important, it'll come up later. Focus on the case.
Do you know who he was?
Kuno's fuck imp. Kuno uses the fuck imp for target practice.
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
I meant who he was before he died.
Kuno knows what you meant. Kuno's not a snitch. That's all. Trying to make Kuno sing into the popo phone.
The Popo phone. Have you seen anyone suspicious around?
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno!
Wow. More on this later. Right now, let's talk about something else.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
You're testing mine, you little shit.
Get lost,
Okay. Never suplexed a child, but... About the crime scene. You kids often play in this yard?
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it?
What? The ladder. Ever climb it?
Look at that fucking shit! You're trying to get Kuno killed!
So you would say that the ladder is unclimbable.
Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking acrobat.
The lieutenant takes a quick note in his notebook.
It's a trap, Kuno! Don't climb it, Kuno!
What's in the greenhouse over there?
Dunno. Kipta's gardener used to work there.
Kipt is a pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminese or Areopagite descent. It used to be a common first name among the Areopagites of Ilmara. Not so much anymore.
Hold on, the gardener used to work there?
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno. Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit.
He looks you in the eye and nods as if agreeing with himself.
Yeah, her. What was she doing in the greenhouse in March anyway? What kind of gardening is done in March? Fish is sometimes used to fertilize the soil a few weeks before planting something. Maybe she was preparing the garden beds.
I'll ask her.
Yes, it seems suspicious. You don't like things being like that. Suspicious.
I might have questions later. Now let's talk about something else.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
I gotta ask, who is Kuno?
Kuno's Kuno, pig?
The boy points to his chest with both thumbs.
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a shield.
Is that some kind of gang name?
Yeah, Kuno's in a fucking gang. In a bang gang. Kuno bangs for Magie, bangs for Mazda, bangs for Revachol.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you!
The thing behind the fence starts squealing, shrill and violent like a fire alarm.
Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
The sound gets louder as the child spouts at the window overlooking the yard.
Help! He's got the Kuno, help!
Everyone can hear. You need to get the hell out of here before.
I'm just gonna...
Yeah? Get out of here before the Kuno beats the shit out of you.
Yeah, that's right. Drag your fat ass out of here, fat boy, before Kuno fucks you.
How do I... Hey, shit.
Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness. Whatever noble intentions you once had as a police officer, it's eating them all up now. You're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
I'm done. No one even likes cops.
Yes, it can be difficult to be on the receiving end of so much distrust and outright hatred.
He says with a sad half-smile.
Nothing you can say would make you feel any better now. Cop gives up the detective genre for social realism. Another police officer resigned from the RCM following a nervous breakdown. He now lives under a bridge, drinking and occasionally throwing excrement at passers-by, shouting, "I never loved that woman." When asked to comment, former colleagues objected to the theory that his psychological disintegration was precipitated by his wife leaving him. "It's because the Furrows lost that match," said Captain Ptolemy Price, once the man's superior officer. It's because he couldn't get a big gun from acquisitions, and anyway, police work really burns you out after a while. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer, the deranged former cop's partner, commented. Sergeant Mac Torson, another former colleague, did not propose any theories, merely saying, whatever happened to him wasn't about birds. He got fucked, that's all.
Man. Oh, great. No, but wait, there's more. This winch mechanism has been oxidizing for some years. Someone is trying to grow herbs. Its ladder is rickety but still climbable. But no weight of grown mannequinite. Let's try this again. Letter R was a crown. Light above, descending. Are you little shit? Hey, got your seat. Oh, it's the wind. Swing.
Kuno's got this.
If there ever was such a thing.
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy, Kuno!
Moment of your time, please.
Talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong.
Shit coming up strong. That's it.
Juicy.
Drugs.
Yeah, Kuno!
Kuno's riding it.
The rake, he should throw the...
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's the fuck are you talking about?
He's calling us Kuno. He says we're fucking each other.
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got.
I don't know if I have to do the footprints again. There would actually...
The kid moves his hands like a basketball player dribbling fast.
Body.
Shitload pig.
Don't tell the pig
This is where you quickly ask him questions. Real cop questions.
You know who he was?
Fuck imp.
He's trying to hide the fact that
Before he died.
Kuno knows what you meant. Kuno's not a snitch. That's all. Trying to make Kuno sing into the popo phone.
I got up
Probably
there.
planned. Kuno was busy.
Didn't see it happening.
Kuno wasn't even.
Where'd you go
I
then?
don't know. Mesco.
there is no Night City anywhere.
Fictional
That's-
city.
Why you gotta be right? You wanna know where Kuno was? You wanna know?
Don't tell him that, Kuno. It's lame.
It's not fucking lame.
Lame.
That's the name of Kuno City, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back. This shit ain't about that.
It's impossible to deduce what it is about, at least for the moment.
Just a couple of
Suspicious.
pigs.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno.
You're testing Kuno's.
Get lost.
Wow. Crime
Right, kid,
scene.
This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo.
Ladder.
Look at that. Fuck does Kuno.
The lieutenant takes a quick note in his notebook.
It's a trap, Kuno.
Greenhouse.
Dunno.
Kipped is a pejorative term used to describe people of South.
Bernie used to
Yes,
work there.
that's what Kuno said.
Young
Look,
woman.
Kuno doesn't.
Yeah, her. What was she doing in the fish is sometimes used to fertilize the soil a few weeks before planting something. Maybe she was preparing the garden beds.
Except
Yes, it seems suspicious. You don't like things being like that.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Try it again.
Kuno, pig?
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a shield.
Some kind of gang.
Kuno's in a fucking...
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! Help! Pig's got Kuno!
Help! He's...
Everyone can hear. You need to get the hell out of here before.
Just gonna leave.
Get out of here before the Kuno beats the shit out of you.
Yeah, that's right. Drag your fat ass out of here, fat boy, before Kuno fucks you.
Bang! You fu-
How rude.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, "Whirling in rags."
I'm not looking at you, trash container. You're just a trash container.
Just a trash container. There is no such thing. Your fingers start to itch just looking at that padlock.
How do we get the lock
We
open?
could try using a pry bar. There's one in my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
I appreciate that you went to the pry bar first, like where your head's at.
He might also have information. This is better than the pry bar idea.
And those shits. Howdy, Noah.
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in, even through your clenched nostrils.
God, what is that? Why is it so bad?
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
Gross. Wow. Okay. I have $60 or cent, not dollars.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. Because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. That's why they're too orderly. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
Interesting.
What is this then? A tool shed? Let's investigate.
Yeah, hold on. Make sure I don't need to actually do the footprints again.
What do you see?
Been through all of it. Still have people I need to talk to. Can I get back there? No? All right. Do I start snooping first, or do I'll go talk to people. Although I don't expect, if it's who I'm thinking of, the person sitting under the sign, this might be a mistake.
RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with?
The young woman looks up at you. Sounds surprised.
We don't see a lot of police around here, that's all.
I have some questions for you.
Of course. What can I help you with?
What? Cop walks up to somebody. So what is with this fuck the police business? What exactly do people mean by a cab?
Well, this might be the last snow we get. At least I hope so. Snow has nutrients in it. Helps everything green up in the spring. At least that's what my grandma always told me.
Yes, think about the cute grandma, not the weird snow. Stop looking at her. Look around. What do you see?
Yeah, that's what I'm gathering, Briggs. It tells me. At least that the white ones can be retried and red can't.
That's right. And the canal, the bookstore, the harbor gates. This is a great vantage point for keeping an eye on you.
Are you by any chance keeping an eye on us?
No, of course not. I don't understand what this is about.
She looks towards the yard and her expression clears.
The kid did this, right? The red-haired rat? Can't say a sentence without or kipped. He's always giving me trouble.
I was talking to him, yes.
Maybe you shouldn't be. I mean, you do your job, but that kid is beyond help. And he certainly won't help you.
You've been resting here for quite a while, haven't you?
Yes.
I like him already.
I understand. The RCM isn't welcome here, and the locals want to keep an eye on us.
There's silence, the smallest of smiles.
That's okay, miss. Do what you have to do. I think we're done here. Let's go.
I have to
Of
run.
course. I won't hold you back.
She wipes her brow with a canary yellow glove.
If there's a corpse, then you're going to need those gloves for the autopsy.
One more thing. Can I borrow your gloves?
Sure, keep them. I have another pair.
She hands you the rubber gloves with no visible annoyance. I do find it a little strange that yeah, wearing gloves is a good idea, but these are not clean gloves. Wait, why are we doing the autopsy? Goods from the lorry haphazardly litter the surroundings. Closed for winter, please use main entrance. TSI hasn't been invented yet, now I see. I'll be back.
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. It hasn't had time to cool off yet. This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion. The Caprice Kinema motor carriage. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge. A scent of leatherwork and heavy fuel oils washes over you. A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
Flashlight.
It's robust, weatherproof, and well-made. Police issue, blue. Lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss.
And the chain cutters just in case.
The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters in your hand. You can do good work with these. Cut chains, locks, and ropes, especially belts. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook. The frequency tableau lights up and the green button labeled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something.
No pry bar now. My hope is that I can go get the key from the manager and I won't need it.
The soft purr of electrical kittens, radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st Precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it 1,000 times.
Hi, Alice. This is the officer from the 41st Precinct speaking. Nice to meet you.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Under the green prime line, a yellow saved button catches your eye. You wonder what the lieutenant's default radio station is.
Intriguing. I have nothing to report at the moment.
7th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge. The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition key.
Translation: we're not going anywhere right now.
You got it. All right. I should actually talk to... Oh, I can hold shift. Excellent. Where is that other door? There. You got.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approach.
Damn.
He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Mr. Gart, right? You run this place.
Yes.
He responds tersely.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
Holy shit. It's golden orange like a forest.
Right. Now, I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene. It also took you a while to call us and report the dead body. It was you who placed the call, yes?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
He looks behind a pile of coasters, finds a slip of paper, and hands it to the lieutenant.
This sounds like something you can use to call this Sylvie later.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
It's weird. Like, I can only describe this as like a cold open button video game form. It's very, very jarring, but also very intriguing.
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many, many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective.
He probably means this is where you step in and ask your questions.
All right then. Questions. I got this.
His face expresses profound doubt in your having this.
Wow.
Ask him about the body's location before asking if he killed him. People give up information in the more innocuous questions, which you can later use in the more sinister ones, not vice versa.
When did Sylvie go away?
She went away because none of your business.
Wow.
Have they not been telling you you're a cop?
Am I not a cop? Everything's my business.
Okay, you got me. She went away because of the dead body out back. And because I asked for her number. That's why Sylvie went away. I hope you appreciate that.
What?
Thank you.
The lieutenant says. He opens his little notebook at the cover. The number is safely tucked away in a small pocket. Didn't go well?
I asked an employee out. She didn't want to come, but felt obliged to. It was a bad idea. Now, what is so goddamn fascinating about that for you? It's got nothing to do with the lynching.
Christ. Stuff gets on my nerves. I am a feminist. So I like to be thorough. Guess I like to be thorough.
Good for you. Was there something else? I'd like to get back to what I was doing.
Who killed him?
I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
Did you kill him? Actually, no, I won't.
The lieutenant turns the page in the little notebook he's been scribbling in.
That's all.
Go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
Excuse me? Oh, wait, for the thing.
Oh, excuse me. You owe me 130 real.
Pronounces the R with a mock aristocratic accent.
The IIR, or Inter-Isolary Real, is the global reserve currency. Whatever part of the world you're in right now, it's safe to assume he means you owe him some money.
Oh, I understand. You mean I owe you money?
Wow, you're a genius. Yes, that's right. Money. You owe this establishment 130 real.
Incredible. What do I owe this place for?
Let's see. 3 nights at a tariff of 20 real comes to 60 real. Then there's the window you annihilated. The hole in the window was the first thing I saw when I came to work. So don't try to tell me you didn't. That will be 40 real in damages. Another thing you've annihilated is half the bar. You've run a tab of 30 real. Actually more, but we'll round it down to 30 for your hard work maintaining the stability and order of Revachol. That's 60 plus 40 plus 30 equals 130 real. And yes, real is still money.
But what exactly is money?
What are you, a philosopher?
Actually, I might be.
Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things like this hostel room or 8 bottles of potent blend and 9 packs of Royal Extra. We use it for everything, really.
I don't have a lot at all. Interesting. Where do I get it from?
Are you serious? From your work? I don't know. You can take bribes, I guess. I'm sorry. I don't think cops can take bribes.
Some do take recompense, but only to survive.
I don't have enough to... That's not a lot. I won't... Yeah, I'm sure.
There's a shuffle of nylon as Lieutenant Kitsuragi looks for something in the pockets of his orange bomber.
What happens now?
I'm sorry, but he has to pay. I can't let him stay here any longer if he doesn't. If he doesn't have the money by tonight, then...
Officer, maybe you are better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away.
I'll see what I can do.
I'm sorry I couldn't help more. You should take this up with your station. I have a shortwave radio in my car, okay? We have to get this investigation started now.
Good luck.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it.
Do I even have one?
But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere.
I don't know. Near? South, maybe.
You don't really know, do you?
I only have a vague, blackened image.
A vague, blackened image doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
Incredible. Could I trace the way back somehow? The exact street, the exact number on a building?
You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
Oh, this is real time. No, it can't be. It has to be in game time, but... Yeah, not that much time has passed. could just start the game pretty much, yeah. Let's see if I can sort this out. Oh, hello. Some great tectonic forces cracked the pavement like an eggshell.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
Yeah, hang
Can
on.
revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Good to know. Interesting.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a second, officer.
She puts you on hold, the static crackling softly like a bonfire. After a while, you hear an old man greet you from the radio. His rattly voice is oddly familiar.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
The man uses relay code. You've got this. You're a cop, and cops know relay code.
10-4, Station 41. I've got an urgent I've got a urgent business. Over.
10-4, message received. 10-5, relay message. What's your status? Over.
Just reporting in. Over.
10-18, state your message, sir.
Need to report them all. Yeah. Need to report my bags missing.
10-9, over.
My badge. I can't find it anywhere. Basically, it's gone.
10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 10-22 the captain. Over.
Is it him? What does he want?
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge? Who lost his badge? Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
The officer's lost his badge. Like I'm the first cop to ever misplace his badge.
He says this has probably happened to other policemen before him and laughs sarcastically.
Oh goddamn it. Is he fucking kidding? The whole station's gonna be dicked for this.
Satellite Officer Vikmar is wondering if you might be joking and adds that this tarnishes the reputation of the entire station. Over.
Mullen dicked us.
Come on, operator. Tell him to stop. This is serious.
He's asking you to stop. Says this is serious.
Of course it's serious. He lost his fucking badge.
Satellite Officer Vikmar concurs. Losing your badge is serious. Over.
Can we just move on? I want to get it reported and be done with it.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now?
His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun, too.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too. Over.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you?
God, it's not here.
Okay, it's gone. Your gun is most definitely gone.
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
No, it's fine.
Lying over the phone? It's easy. Just say it like it's the truth. And then it becomes it.
No, of course I didn't lose my gun.
He says he didn't.
Thank God for that. That would have been a nightmare. I don't even want to imagine the poor prick who has to relay that kind of news to the captain. Losing his badge is bad enough. Tell him to find it, and fast. We can't have some gangbanger running around with it.
We're all glad to hear you've not lost your gun, officer. You need further assistance? Over. 10-4, I hear you. I don't have the authority to grant your request, but...
What does he want now?
He's asking for money.
Is he fucking kidding?
I don't think he is.
Don't give that asshole anything. He's just gonna drink it all.
Alright, that's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over.
It's paramount to the investigation that you grant me more money.
He says it's important to the case.
He isn't getting a red cent. You can tell him that.
Request denied, sir. Over.
Okay, I heard you. No funds.
Anything else, sir? Over.
I'm not gonna do that one. I'll sort it out. It's fine.
Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
Yes?
He seems like a good guy. I think you should know I can't remember anything.
No response. He just arches his brow. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even.
Maybe I should leave out the... I feel like I must repeat this. I don't remember anything. There was heavy drinking involved.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
But I'm completely lacking in basic information about even this organization we're in. Can you help me?
Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If you're still having trouble then, I can give you an orientation.
Fine, Mr. Goal-oriented.
Focus on other people's troubles, not your own. That is a relief.
Alright, forget it.
A moment passes. The lieutenant glances at the sports watch on his wrist.
Tell me about the case.
What do you want to know?
If we're in different, or we're from different precincts, why are we on the same case?
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
You what?
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it.
Tell me about it.
It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case?
That's it for now.
Good.
Let's go get that key. In theory.
Can I help you?
The trash container out back yours?
Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Prod at him and find out.
Doesn't it seem callous to you? Guarding even your leftovers from the poor?
Callous? What are you, Kras Mazov? Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash locked. The Whirling in Rags is not special in that regard.
Krasmazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a historical materialist. He was a leading figure on the Grad side of the Centennial Revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific communism, Mazovian thought, or Mazovianism.
That said 9-day, but the text says 11-day. How strange.
He killed himself.
No Krasmazov.
No one was implying you were, officer. Where were we?
You need those
What
keys.
do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
What is it? You know, I'll be back. Yes.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, Whirling in Rags. With a well-oiled crack, the lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't.
What's this?
Just a feeling. A warning from some part of you.
Open it.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
yeah.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Under the box.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. You've done this before. The movements are recorded in your elbows, the methodology in your fingers. You're used to this.
Just to what? Dumpster diving?
No, searching for evidence in the trash.
Dive further.
A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below, and turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however.
Changing my Twitch to turbo noodle.
Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too, a white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that...
Thrown out towel, a mug, that's all.
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
Think someone from the whirling might have been involved, maybe?
Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked, and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
All right.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container. It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey, what's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork?
I don't know what this is.
It is. Look, the plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form in there.
Miserable-looking slip of paper sticks to the board.
If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash?
Someone from the whirling threw it in the trash? I don't know, I'm boring.
Boring. Try dangerous. You should do a thorough inventory of that. Be sure some has not fallen into the hands of the RCM's enemies, organized crime or worse. Official notes sometimes contain informants' names, even undercover operatives.
Okay, I'll do that.
It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory and select the Interact tab to read your paperwork.
Which I can't do that now.
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the Yellow Man frolicking in saffron. Only in its social sensibility.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your inventory.
Yeah, you
The
got it.
container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
I don't know. I think I need to shove these kids in there and lock it. What do we got? Interact.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much. Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage?
What? An example of prejudice. Want to use it as an example of what not to do.
But it was in the trash. Why not just call it out when you see it? Or do some volunteering work. Just finish your case, detective.
Incredible.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Urinal?
There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you. Thank you, Waterlogged Ledger, for spelling it out for us. They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered, with faint red lines, forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible. Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate, due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you.
Thank you, Cheer, for 82 full months. Evening indeed. How are you doing?
It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average. What do you mean? Is that all? Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name. A title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop show staples.
My, and they're written in capital letters, too.
Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole
What the
Murders.
heck?
Another yet, the unsolvable case.
Dear, thank you for hitting Vera right in the face.
Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the hookah parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes.
2 cases a week appears to have been my load, Lieutenant. I'm not sure I completed them, though.
2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me.
Nice brisk place, the way I like it.
I prefer a normal caseload. It's a matter of method.
Like a fan of gills, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
I have to open an official case. Is there room?
There is, for precisely 1 more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete.
Commit the paper.
Sadly, the ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It's unfitting of this monumental event.
I see.
The ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It will do, barely. But...
Kim, do you have a pen?
The lieutenant looks at his blue notebook. 2 fat, shiny pens hang from the binder, like large caliber bullets on an ammo belt. He is not really saying anything, just standing there, looking at them.
Can I have one?
Know that I give this to you with resentment.
Fair enough. This beauty.
The tasks you've completed flow out of the blue oblong pen in a brash freehand, uncannily similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple, a language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager.
Noah, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Well, it seems once again you've introduced me to a game that I now want to play. I think you should. Far too kind.
It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place.
Where are the old ones? Those are the ones you've already finished.
A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
Lieutenant, have you by any chance named our case?
No, actually. Any ideas?
The Furies are at home in the mirror. I'm going to go with shit on a stick. No, I mean... We're going to go with simplicity here.
Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
That's it?
The notebook is annual. It It says 51 on what remains of its cover. A molten strap of cardboard. Everything prior to this must have belonged to a previous volume. In short, there was more.
Jim, all my cases employ a naming convention similar to what we used on ours.
Yes, how very childish of you. In your and my defense, almost everyone in the RCM uses the titular system, in addition to the official alphanumeric.
Why is that?
It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves.
Seem to have named a case the Square Bullet Hole Murders.
Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself.
You're right.
I pray his loved ones never find out.
What happened to him?
Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
I would have been very pleased if he was like, he drowned.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip. The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before. Looks like an official mark, made to be low visibility outside the right circumstances. It is similar to the RCM watermark on your blazer the lieutenant mentioned. Didn't he say something about the headlights of his motor carriage? That you can read these there?
Lieutenant, is this one of the hologram watermarks you mentioned?
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property.
What kind of information?
It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp,
Don't I know
it
it?
has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
Maybe yours will have how many cases you've solved.
How can I read it?
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do.
You mentioned the headlights of your Kanema?
Yes, RCM vehicles have headlights tuned especially to reveal halogen watermarks.
That's convenient.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want. Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila! The ledger now looks marginally better. In the back, you see thin, translucent copier paper, some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. Then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form.
What types of forms are there?
3. The topmost are misconduct fines, the middle ones are station calls, and the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs. These are quite sinister in tone. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing. All in a print so small it could be considered downright cute. A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields. But they appear pleasantly vague.
It's enough of
Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copier paper. Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB41, then date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120111700, the next world mural.
Wait, HDB 41. Aren't those officer precinct?
Why, yes, your precinct number is 41.
And HDB.
Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials.
Those are my initials. I'm not feeling them. Horace Debbie Behringer?
That is improbable.
How long does it take to read a case?
It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Where do you want to start?
I can revisit this.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however.
That's very specific.
The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM. Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment? And something small inside, light, made of paper or cardboard, or dried flowers perhaps. Permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials that would get damaged if something happened to it. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center.
When I open it?
With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board.
I'll try it.
Is not what you end up doing. You squeeze the plastic to slide it open, but nothing happens. Then you bend it some, then crack it. The goddamn thing is stuck.
Oh.
The ledger quivers in your hand. As it shakes, the pages rustle. This pathetic mess suddenly afraid of you for some reason. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner. You know, like the bits they put into public piss bowls, probably called Fermi Discrete, or Axel, or something. At some point in its journey, the ledger has seen the inside of a public toilet.
Yeah. Which toilet would that be?
Remember when I said the smell of the upstairs bathroom was so rank they should have sent a poet to describe it?
Is sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner a line this poet may have used?
Why, yes it is. Among many other things. This cleaning tablet is used by the whirling in rags. Perhaps that's where the ledger was dropped in the toilet. By you.
And then someone came in, took it out of the toilet, and threw it away. Cleaning lady? Or cleaning person? You know, this would have been nice. What did he just say about a Baconator? What the hell? It shouldn't matter.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
You know what? I'll wait on that. Be afraid to say weird things that Tooltip said. An empty tomb of magnesium supplement. Magnesium supplement you rub on your chest to live a happy magnesium-rich life. Silver plate with traces of bone yellow powder.
Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine. Sweet amphetamine. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you. There's a good vague way to ask where he stands on drug use. Professionally, I mean.
Someone has taken narcotics here. Perhaps the police should interfere? All right.
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. However, see that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? A secret path the local kids use.
Poster says get out of the way or get fucked up. Cured pig's head. It looks mummified. Give me that. The doorway is going to collapse soon. Restoration pillars keep the ruins together. A bucket. Decent amount. These barrels are half full of rainwater. So you're letting me do this. Where are you taking me? Oh, I can walk up there like that. Didn't realize. Oops. Opened up my overlay. Question becomes, how does one get over? So you're taking me this way. Can I?
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here.
Oh, I see.
When the wind ruffles the cloak, you can most definitely see a white rectangle on its back.
Son of a gun, it's a cop's cloak.
Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia, and you have a habit of being careless with your equipment.
Wow.
You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous crane towering in the distance over the container yard. That machine is a Kvalsund 1020 HK.
AA-60 Kasatka.
Is it? Kvalsund makes a lot of heavy equipment, but this is phenomenal, even for them. But I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here.
Looks at the sad piece of fabric flapping in the wind. That's a mistake. Do you really think I should? Do you really think the cloak is mine? Should I go for it? Jump?
The cloak? I do think it's yours, yes. As to whether you should go for it? Well, it doesn't seem too dangerous. 2 meter stops. Whenever you're ready to do it, I'll be right behind you.
The cloak looks like a bag of goodies floating in the wind. Who knows what its pockets may hide?
That's why they gave me the health.
A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
Parkour.
Nope, no. That's still too high. What were you thinking? You're not a gymnast. You're a boxer. And you've climbed way too high up here. You could have died there. Shit, 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 shit. I'm failing you. This wasn't part of our deal.
Hey, what happened?
I'm alright, Kim. I just can't do it right now.
I understand. We can always come back when you are feeling better. It's just a cloak after all. What are we doing? We're awfully close to breaking into the industrial harbor. They are bound to have information for us. I thought that was our intention. Or it could be that we are just exploring.
Yeah, not right now. There's no easy way down. Yeah, I don't. Just lower yourself down. Just fucking boost and pull. Oh, whatever. This guy's in 20. You don't need to be 20 to just lower yourself down from a ledge. Pardon me. You know what? Need a way to bribe them, I think. It's an ill-advised residential area overlooking the Jamrock border. 13-story buildings line the hillside like sarcophagi, an ominous fog already rising from behind. These are the last boom years. 39, the project fails catastrophically, leaving behind an opiate and hepatitis B-infested slum. It's fun. Talk to him in a second. First.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Show me the lights.
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Canadian comes to life with a whiny growl. Like a leopard waking from its sleep, yawning and roaring at the same time.
Poke.
The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
There she is. Revachol West.
There's a note of pride in the lieutenant's voice.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations. There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows.
Tally up the different rows.
The first row has 18 dots.
Not bad.
Not bad for what? You don't even know what it means yet.
Wow. What about the next one?
Is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some.
Count them individually.
You count 216 perforations. Considering that nice, large number, a wave of pride washes over you. Though you can't say why, precisely.
Confirmed kills. What about the last row?
The last row has 3 perforations.
3. That's it?
That's it.
Shimmering street
the
grid.
rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights.
Wait, look around you.
A rat brazenly darts past you and disappears amongst the stopped lorries. In the distance, a child somewhere shrieks. A woman reprimands her in a voice no quieter than the child's cry.
Ah, Martinez.
Where are we on this?
Let me see.
Takes the ledger for a moment and inspects it.
Right here.
He sets his finger near the top of the map on a segment of coast jutting out into the great ocean. I'm sure I've seen worse.
Oh yes. Coal City. Le Royaume. The burnt-out quarter.
Hey, Kim, what do all these holes mean?
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Alpha male officers who are proud of their numbers often do. It's meant.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
Christ, I walked the land telling whores and liars of the end to come. There are 9,855 days remaining. Years I've done it. Can I click this now? Okay, guess not.
That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth?
Probably some boring office job, same as anyone else.
No shame
Everyone
in
else.
working a regular job, detective. Sometimes after a long day of doing this, I even envy it. Let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see. Wow, more than 200.
216 to be exact. Is that a lot?
It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
I used to be good. That's some solace, I guess. What's the last number?
Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
I was right about one of them being confirmed kills. So I'm a killer.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way. There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident.
It's obvious the lieutenant doesn't think very highly of these officers.
But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
How do you handle the strain?
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others.
It gives you a meaningful look.
Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies.
Like what?
Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now.
Maybe I should find a hobby?
Why not gardening? You've already got the yellow gloves.
How dare you? You ever kill anyone, Kim?
Yes.
Thanks for this.
The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page, to the right of the task description.
Like shit. Just as a rule, try not to give me any information unless I ask. I'll figure things out. I'll stumble trying. puppet master. Threaten people, oh no. You kind of want one of those. And we're going to go with that. Oh, that's actually a... Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Good cop, bad cop. Honor people. Oh, okay. So these are all... Interesting. Getting there. That's interesting. So I was able to come back to that. Let's go see if I can... How did I get up there? It was through here. Through here. No. Don't do it, I must, Kyle. So hello. What's going on with that shimmering nonsense? Let's try this again.
A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
Shit.
Nope, no. That's still too high. What were you thinking? You're not a gymnast. You're a boxer. And you've climbed way too high up here.
Sure. Just be careful, okay? Looks like you almost strained a muscle there.
Unfortunate. I assume rewrote, like, save scumming is a thing you could do, but I'm not going to. Although I am tempted. I'm not going to do it for this anyway. Failure is a part of the game, exactly. That's why I'm okay with that. Says an XCOM, yeah, that's very fair. This might be a mistake. Oi, prick.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think.
Jesus.
Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in.
Just want to ask you some questions.
I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
What are those strange words you use, girl?
I come from the woods, Gutta Vittu. You don't want to go there with me. You don't want to see what I've seen.
Don't be traumatizing here. Get the fuck out of here.
All right, one of you is going to have to climb up there.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Found your shack. I wish I knew.
You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in?
My face shifted through the roofing material.
Shit. Get the fuck out of here. You can't do that.
He can't do that, Kuno. He's trying to fuck at you again.
Pigs can't displace. Can't do that teleport shit. How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right?
Found a plate covered with powder residue. Know anything about it?
That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig.
All right.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you?
Not really.
You feel tired and old, but you could have that sparkle in your eyes.
I'm good. What's with a tube of magnesium?
It's a vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything?
He looked at you like you just pointed at the sun and asked what it was.
You could use some.
It's magnesium, right?
Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a motherfucker, and you could use a battle.
Wow.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's going to use it against you, Kuno.
I know all about magnesium. I rock it all the time.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo.
He looks at you, eyes bulging.
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're going to OD and you're going to fucking die.
What's with the pig head?
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
Oh, that's rude. But I am very tempted. Are you trying to send me a message of some sort?
Yeah, to the both of you. Watch your ass in Kuno's town, or Kuno's gonna fuck your head off.
Jesus. Fantastic, Mr. Milkman. Thank you for 40 full months. How are you doing?
Thanks.
Welcome back. Is that my code up there? I'm pretty sure it's mine.
Is it? You got pretty fucked. Kuno's surprised you've still got your head after all that.
After all what?
Don't sweat it, drunk pig. Kuno will keep your nasty secrets. Kuno's not snitching.
He's saying you climbed up there. He probably saw you do it. Yet, that conclusively explains how the coat got up there.
I don't want to hear it, Dirigibles. I can take this kid. It's a battle of wits, and he has none. Except when he insults me, then I just implode. Can I get into the harbor from the roof?
Of course you fucking can. How do you think Kuno made all the docky boys his gimps? Just gotta fly, pig.
Try that. Didn't go so well.
Kuno knows. Kuno and C saw you shit yourself. It's okay, pig. Not everyone can face the fear Kuno style.
That's all there is to it then. Don't be a pansy. Just jump.
I've heard enough of this.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom.
I talked to the gardener. She said not to listen to you.
Pig, do you have any idea how fucking stupid that sounds?
Wow.
Kuno's cruising his bitch on the town, and the bitch comes back griefing to the Kuno. What is up with that?
What did any of that mean?
Despair creeps into you.
Oh, shit.
Getting fat on your weakness. Whatever noble intentions you once had as a police officer, it's eating them all up now.
How embarrassing.
You're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
Jesus.
Fuck me? Please leave the rage you have for after we finish the investigation.
What?
Nothing you can say would make you feel any better now.
I'm never talking to this.
The detective genre for social realism. Another police.
Yeah. I'm so upset. Let's try this again. No, not you.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Shaq.
You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shit. Get the...
You can't do that.
Pigs can't. How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit. That's where Kuno gets...
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old, but you could have that sparkle in your eyes.
It's a vitamin.
You could use some.
Yeah?
Oh, don't teach him.
You're not getting...
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die.
Is it? You got pretty fucked. Kuno's surprised you. Don't sweat.
He's saying you climbed up there. Yeah, that conclusively explains.
Of course you fucking can. Kuno knows.
That's all there is to it then. Don't be a pansy. Just jump.
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape. Yeah, to the both of you, watch your ass in Kuno's town, or Kuno's gonna fuck your head off.
Please don't.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom.
Alright, let's get the hell out of here.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
God damn.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slouched.
So there's a lack of magnesium in me?
Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your bloodstream.
I need to mag it up.
You need to get so magged up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. And the only prescription is insane amounts of magnesium.
You're saying I need to become a magnesium-based life form?
Yes. If you want to live, you need to evolve. You need to transcend the carbon barrier.
What in the fuck?
Go to the apothecary and buy insane amounts of magnesium. It will reverse the damage to your circulatory system.
That does not seem like a good idea. Okay, well. Show me the cloak. Can't believe the little shit has ruined me twice. It's like losing a rap battle to an infant. Although they're tricky. They're wordsmiths.
A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
Here we go. It worked. Parkour.
As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses.
Continue the voyage through the salty air.
As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while since you felt so alive, alert, capable. Must be the adrenaline.
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have been as disco as your jump, but at least we can explore the harbor now.
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor rushes back in.
That quick save should be fine. I'm gonna actually wait. Skelisund, thank you for the raid, and howdy to all of you. What are you up to? Now we're talking. Let's see if these go. Collecting rainwater. I don't think I should be in here. The radio is emitting strange buzzing sounds. A giant aspirin on the pillow and the pattern of coffee rings on the armrest. Someone is habitually chilling next to the radio. The hurdy-gurdy, excellent. Someone left the coffee machine on. Loud everywhere, but I need a warrant. Okay, well, standard office file cabinet. The drawers seem to be locked.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol, Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
Try it.
Look how blurry all the lines on these papers are. How unwieldy your own willpower is to yourself. You're like an absurdist Samaran monk, focusing through not focusing. Hermeneutics was almost within your grasp, but now only vague letters float before your eyes. Less meaningful, but aesthetically more pleasing.
Could I actually focus through not focusing?
You're a police officer, not a spiritual healer. You can focus the normal way by turning your attention to something and not letting go.
If I let my ass go completely out of focus, all shapes start melting into each other.
Is that what you're doing with those folders over there?
Yes.
Right. This is probably not relevant to our case. After all, we're not investigating an accounting mystery.
You're trying
Shit.
hard, but the data here is unbelievably dry. Something about containers.
I'll be back.
The drawer slides shut smoothly.
Hey, what's this? Check that in a moment. This is a Dewey typewriter. The model name is on the back. Every worker equal member of the board. It's written at the top of the flyers. And at the bottom, the union logo and demand democracy. Postcard. Thank the heavens. Oh shit. -1 drama. Aw. Alright, hold on though. This is important. Bit dry, huh? Do I use them? What do y'all think?
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, "Tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change."
Fuck it.
The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move.
Let's try it.
It's unclear whether you actually have muscle memory. Right now, your finger is just drawing vaguely occult patterns in the air.
Useful patterns?
Undoubtedly, no.
Might try this again
Sure,
later.
why not? Muscle memory is a tricky thing.
I need to call, what's her name? I do have that lead that I have done nothing with. Sylvie, what's her name? Door's locked, cannot be opened. On a silent password. Guess you have no choice but to talk to the union leader. I don't see that as something I'm gonna do. Can I do that from here? Nope. All around you, great machines and quiescence. At least 3 packs worth of cigarette butts. Numerous empty bottles of Commodore Red and potent Pilsner.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud. Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a breather.
Kim, I'm gonna take a quick look inside. Yeah, that was the first time it mentioned the union leader.
But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table.
It's mine now.
It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man is young, dark-skinned, and dressed in a Royal Carabinieri uniform. The girl is smiling playfully at the camera.
Why did you take that?
I'm a cop. It's instinctual to collect evidence.
Fine, but let's move. I don't want to be seen snooping around here.
You got it. pleasantries are printed onto the screen covering.
Ferdinand von Ayer.
It's true, he is. I don't know if I want to touch this.
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marsh and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. Marsh. On. Arrête. Off.
I'm not going to do that yet. You see faded industrial lettering on the platform. Falsend. Don't mind if I do. Oh shit. I'm rich. The shipyard ahead is oddly quiet. The great machines are sleeping. Oh shit. Easy. The speaker tower is silent. There's no work to organize in the yard below. Industrial-sized thermos. Smells like burnt coffee. Those are really big. Oh, hell. Hold on. The banner sags under the weight of the rain and snow. White rose on red. Hello.
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this container song are being made up as he goes along. The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisunt on Muindi.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard.
Tiny man is so engaged in his work, he doesn't notice you. Hi.
Everard, 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 he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister? I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
No, of course not.
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat.
He doesn't seem to be waiting for you to answer.
Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
You're Ubi, right?
Oh yes, born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then, too old to lose my accent then. People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No sir, those are just nasty rumors.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
What are you doing here?
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes I am, yes I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
Everything is so pretty and red. You and Leo look like brothers as you glance around with similar childlike wonder.
Keep this amazement to yourself.
The old man whistles and hums a jaunty tune to himself.
Kiana, thank you for 56 full months with Prime. How are you doing? Work here?
Yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo.
The little man raises his hand in a welcoming gesture.
I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away.
You're pretty good.
Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
The lieutenant looks up at Leo.
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes I am, yes I am.
Hold on, who's this, Mrs. Beaufort?
Oh, Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly.
He respects that word. That's obvious.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood. Knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure. If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years, she has.
He sighs and falls silent, watching you meekly with his blue eyes.
So Everett trained a lawyer named Miss Beaufort. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this place would totally fall apart if you didn't shine the boss man. Well, that's rude. I think you're doing a great job around here.
Yes, this place really seems to run like clockwork. Keep it up, Leo.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really.
You didn't think it was possible, but the smile becomes even wider.
Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are alright.
Where is everyone? The harbor is empty.
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in.
He leans in with a confidential look.
We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate.
He pauses to think.
But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
He stops, but seems eager to tell you more. What kind of trouble did this Titus and his friends get into?
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business.
He smiles and leans closer, and falls off the platform he's sitting on.
Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
What did they actually do?
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
He looks to you for assistance.
Look at him. It's not going to be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Better to go with the flow.
Too rowdy. Leo, what kind of a fight did they get into? Did they kill a mercenary?
too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are spewing forth. Words, words, and look, even more words. This guy could go on till the end of days. Now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who... No, he already switched to a prized fishing rod he apparently owned at some point. You know what? Just cut in there with your questions.
Incredible. What's in that container over there?
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
I'm looking for the leader of the Dock Workers Union.
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood.
He coughs and continues immediately.
Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys.
Easy now, Leo. I just want to know where I can find this man.
Oh, Mr. Everett is where he always is. In his office, of course.
He points to the 2 joint containers on your right.
Bye-bye now.
I'm gonna go fuck with a container. The musk of oil and rust comes from the chasm in front of you. It smells like blood. Need a key for that, it would seem. Why does it do that flickering thing?
A rusting control panel with several knobs. Marsh. On. Arrête. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
I'm a hero. Still in the hospital. That explains so much. Why everything tastes like Jell-O.
And with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down.
Actually, I do, I don't remember how long it was exactly, but I've had to stay in the hospital more than once for things as a child. I have grown to hate hospitals as a result.
The harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, now that its purpose has been fulfilled.
Its purpose? What do you mean?
Moving this container, of course. For this purpose it was built. For this purpose it has acted. And now it will rest.
That was I wouldn't say it was a quick emergency room visit, because those are never quick, but that was just an ER visit. No infections, just pain.
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
The crane does not return to its original position. It does not move at all.
Good. What the heck was that for? What's it meets Whale Fjord and Arden?
Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
Lieutenant, I think there's something special about this container.
You do? Because I don't.
What? Why not?
There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
Was hanging from the crane?
You just picked one out because you wanted to interact with a cargo container. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the Union, right?
You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanical.
It's a shortcut. Or progress.
The lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement.
Uh-oh. Sorry, is this... Breakthrough imminent.
Guillaume Le Million. Bad news. Guillaume Le Million did not become a cop. In 1938, he went on a tour to the Sinyao province in Safre, where he died of autoerotic asphyxiation. His body was found hanging from a decorative dragon tree in his junior suite amid drug paraphernalia, unwholesome objects, and the Sylvia Trainer single, Wonderland, skipping in the background. And yes, you can take this as a metaphor for Revachol in the 30s, and also as a warning.
Let's rewind. Let's trace your drunken steps back home. Jump across the raised channel bridge southwest of here, fall over, get up, get off the asphalt in 20 minutes, shuffle your feet through courtyards, scaring little children, go under the great raised motor tract, the 881 until you reach the domain Imino in North Shamrock. The streets are frozen this time of year, caked with ice. Walk down Main to Perdition. There's a side alley there and your footsteps in the mud. I'll do that one after magnesium-based life form. This place seems highly unsafe. Is that coffee? The coffee in the giant thermoses is still lukewarm, and I will take a cup. Oh no. How do I... Oh, I see. I guess. Oh, it's stairs? The taxidermy fish that tells time. Is this the guy?
Before you is a walrus.
Oh dear.
Man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you. With a mixture of expectation and impatience, well bottled.
Are you in charge of the dock workers?
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat.
Oh no, he sounds like me. That's my last name.
I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez.
The man relaxes into his chair and continues.
I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
The lieutenant nods at you, then the chair.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
I'd rather stand.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. I insist.
You know what? I'll bite now.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
Try to wink back. No, I'm good.
So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Unfortunate.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense.
He points to a giant novelty check on his desk. It's absolutely comically huge.
It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
Is this a bribe?
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Seems like a bribe. But you know Gart?
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
I'll take it. As evidence.
Is there anything you'd like to say to me?
No, that's cool.
Cool? I wouldn't go that far. I'm sure there are cooler things than delivering a comically oversized novelty check to a cafeteria manager. But, sure, if that's what's cool nowadays. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only two words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun. When he said, "Don't worry," he actually meant, be very worried.
How do you... Not worried. I got this.
Are you all right, Harry? You say you got this, but you seem
Harry.
a little anxious to me. Don't
There's
think
my name.
Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
Oh no. I'll trust him.
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it.
No, not about to cry.
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so good.
Despair
Oh,
creeps
God damn it.
into you, getting fat on your weakness. Whatever noble intentions you once had as a police officer, it's eaten them all up now. You're still coming up with sentences. That's a step.
Yes, it can be difficult to be on the receiving.
Nothing you can say. Cop gives up. The detective's job.
Well, let's try this again. I'm not sitting down this time. They're made of pallets leading up. Yeah, this place just isn't safe.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his with great effort, with a mixture of expectation.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois. I'm Everard. I'd offer you my hand, but...
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
I'd rather stand.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. I insist.
I don't sit. It's kind of my thing.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions.
As he nods, his multiple chins move like ocean waves.
I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any man who won't face me at eye level. Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave.
Christ.
You're no Titan of Felician, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders use...
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. So this should take care. It should be sufficient to...
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
But you know Gart?
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
Keep it, I'm good.
Okay, okay. I respect a man with principles. No handouts, then.
He crosses his arms on his ample midsection and sinks further into his chair.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you,
His slug-like lips move, but the world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravitation. When he said, "Don't worry," he actually meant, "Be very worried."
I'm not worried, I got
Are
this.
you all right, Harry? You say you got this, but you seem a little anxious to me. Don't be. It's not like you left it loaded.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
And this might be another failure.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking.
So what?
You want to cry? God, you're weak. Whatever you do, don't cry. He'll think you're disgusting.
Mr. Dubois.
Damn it.
Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness.
This could be an issue.
Before you is a walrus of a man with great effort, with a mixture of expectation.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois. I'd offer you my...
He looks extremely comfortable.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, forget about that. What's with this?
Why are you calling him Mr.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. I insist.
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably...
I'm good.
Well, Mr. Dubois, I respect a man with strong convictions. I, too, should you find yourself more...
You're no Titan of Elysium, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, so tell me, how can the head of the Debarders you...
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the...
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a run. This should take care. It should be sufficient.
Wow, that's 25 real.
Yes,
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show.
Shove it up your ass.
Okay, okay. I respect a man with... Now, I'd like to...
His slug-like lip. The world is when he said, don't worry. He actually meant, be very worried.
How do you know?
I know everything, Harry. Right now, it's not like you left...
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it.
Officer, we will deal with the...
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is...
I don't think. I don't think I can do this. Try this. Oh yeah, this Twitch stat boost is a thing. I don't know how that works.
Before you is, with great effort,
But let's see.
he straightens himself with a mixture of expectation and impatience.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of
Hey,
you
what's
two
that?
to stop by.
What'd that do?
Please, have a seat. I'm Everard, Everard Clare. I'd offer you my...
He looks extremely comfortable.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that.
Rather
Please,
stand.
Mr. Dubois.
Don't
Very
sit.
well. I, too, have... Should you find...
You're no Titan of Elysium, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man.
Man,
so
serious?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in...
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from... It should be sufficient.
Wow, that's 25 real.
Keep it, I'm good.
Okay, now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Look, the world is when he said, don't worry. He actually...
Not worried, I got
All
this.
right, it's not like...
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
While that ticks down, we can try it again. I'm going to go feed the cats. So it's about that time anyway. So I'll be right back. All right. Let's see. Yeah, it only gives you like 15 seconds to vote. I should have warned. No, it gives you 15 seconds to, or before it initiates, and then you get 30.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't
Well,
you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it.
so it's technically not set in stone, yeah. I can just hit escape anytime. See, I think that'll help. I'm listening. I thought it said you get -1 if you take the check. But if you, if you take it, you get a -1, and if you take it without, or don't say thank you, you get a +1. Let's try again, I suppose. Because if it's not set, 42 isn't bad. Gloves, helmet, I don't. No.
Before you is a war with great effort, with a mixture of expectation.
Welcome. I'd offer you.
He looks extreme.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store, forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad.
Please, Mr. Dubois. Very well. I too. Should you find.
You're no Titan of Felicia.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're. So tell me.
The chair you're sitting on has got.
By the way.
Oh.
This should take care. It should be sufficient to cap.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Keeping them good.
Okay, now,
His slug-like lips moved. The world is when he said, "Don't worry." He actually meant, "Be very worried."
Are you all right, Harry? It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
All right. Let's give it a shot.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. Before you, with a mixture of
Welcome, I'd offer you my...
He looks
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff?
Please, Mr. Dubois. Very well, I too. Should you find...
You're no Titan of Felicia.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. So tell me, how can the head of...
The chair you're sitting on has got...
Oh, by the way, this should take care of that It should be sufficient...
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Okay. Now...
His slug-like lips. The world is when he said, don't worry. He actually meant...
Are you all right? It's not like...
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it.
So we wait again.
Keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
This is unfortunate. So I have to hit a 5. Not that this makes any real difference, like me looking at this number. Yeah, I made sure to make a pre-doc save right before I went up, so it should be fine. Oh, going again. Require your strength. Here we go.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry.
I have this. I did. But I said before. That's fine. No, it's not. I mean, it's good enough. I quick saved right before I went back up, and then I saved over it. That's fine. We'll just have to make this work. How's it going, Just Bliss? Oh, there's no... That cooldown is just there, even if you load.
Before you is a walrus with a mixture of...
Before you is a walrus, nothing else.
I'd offer you my...
He looks...
You go ahead.
Whatever, forget about that.
Please, Mr. Dubois. Excellent, Mr. Dubois. So tell me...
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world.
Oh, by the way, this should take care of... It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch...
Wow, that's 20...
Yes, I know.
With a grin, he points to the checker game.
Yeah, but I'm good.
Now...
His slug-like lips move, but the world is when he said, don't worry. He actually meant...
Are you all right? It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't...
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
$40 seconds. How are y'all doing? suffering. Stop it. Can you acquire hot water? Painting a room. We're doing it again. All right. More time.
Who does this
It
guy
worked.
think you are? Ronnie the rookie? You ain't worried about no lost gun, or unpaid bill, or forgotten name. You're the bad cop. You're probably more corrupt than him.
Wait, that's it? That's my point of pride here?
Fuck yes. You're part of the old guard, the ancient guard, the most corrupt, unholy cops in the land. Chill out like the black dragon you are.
Yeah, all right.
The fat man does the same, sinking deeper into his chair than one would think is physically possible. He seems to be enjoying your little display. Good. Now lean in with some corruption.
Listen, effort. For effort, pal. We both know what makes the wheels of the world turn.
That we do, Harry. Let them say what they will about you and me. We're both born fighters.
Nice bit with the chair, by the way. Good way to keep your guests on edge.
Why, thank you. It's always nice when a fellow professional appreciates your work.
Of course, that's what he's doing.
That's it. Now kick back and add a final flourish for dignity.
I'm not saying I'm corrupt. I'm rational.
You strike me as a reasonable man, Harry. I like that in a law man. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? What can Everard Clare do for you?
I think we'd like to ask you a few questions. Don't you think so, Detective?
Lieutenant looks quite fed up with the situation.
Somehow you managed to get yourself out of this one. Now quick, keep the momentum up. Ask questions.
Through sheer force of your will, we got through this.
Whatever you do, don't ask him about the gun first. You don't want him thinking you're scared.
Let's talk about my lost gun. I want to talk to you about the hanging.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to discuss it with you. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me.
I sense there's a but.
But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors.
Is that true? Are we door-opening machines?
I'm not sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing. Absolutely nothing shady about it.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
Why don't you just open it yourself?
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry?
But you don't even know anything about the hanging.
Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez.
Whose store is it?
No one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about.
What do you mean by a weasel?
A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they
What
start
the heck?
acting foolishly.
I gotta thank you for getting 5 people in the face. Dirigibles, Uxer,
What the heck?
Grandpa Dorf, Cataphrenia, and Dating Days Druid.
What the heck?
Wolf is very confused.
What the heck?
I think that is the first time we've heard from Drama, yeah.
What the heck?
He removes his glasses and rubs his nose.
Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you.
No, I'm good.
Of course, Harry, I understand. But if that's the case, I don't think we'll ever find your gun. Even worse, we won't be able to speak like equals about the murder. Perhaps this was just bad timing for you. Know that you can always come back to me. I really hope you do. For your sake, my sake, and for your gun's sake too.
So you have it, do you?
Yes, we both understand what you meant.
This may be the only way, he thinks. I won't hold it against you. In fact, we probably should reconsider later.
Aren't you going to ask me how I got in?
Harry, honestly, I'm just relieved you didn't get a hernia. A man your age.
Didn't you just say you needed, or it looked like I could run around all day?
The big man peers at you over the rims of his glasses for a moment, then interlaces his fingers and rests his chin on his hands.
Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
Call me this, why?
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry.
So that's really my name?
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
My memory is fine, I'm just testing you.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out. With my big fat folder.
Words flow like a river of honey from his lips.
That sounds like an awful river.
I guess word has already reached him. No matter. No harm done. It's just a brown folder. You can't make out what's written on it.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
The lieutenant inspects Everett over his spectacles.
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
Have another look at the folder.
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
That's not an RCM folder.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should do something about them.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man, so is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
That means he doesn't really know anything about you. A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
So the Census Bureau says my name is Harry Dubois?
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on.
What's in the container that's outside your office?
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them.
Never mind the container.
I rarely do, Harry. I have people for that. Now, you were saying?
Let's talk about my lost gun.
Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Hold on, could he really hold my gun hostage?
Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him might be the only way to do it.
I will not be blackmailed with this gun business.
Harry! I was only trying to be tactful. A lost gun is a dangerous thing. I can't have it around in my neighborhood. Kids could be playing gun roulette with it as we speak. Teenage gangs could be arming themselves. Get a hold of yourself, Harry.
I assure you we are working on locating the missing sidearm as well.
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. That's excellent news. Looks like we have a friendly gun-finding competition on our hands.
I'm gonna leave now, but we might talk again later.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate.
He leans, reaches into his drawer, and pulls out a plastic card. Thanks. I was wondering how I was supposed to get out.
Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white union man. Take care, Harry.
You know, I could have taken that one guy's card. I wouldn't have had to deal with him. Too late now. Got anything new to say?
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And lots of folk really did keep coming back. No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's...
I won't trip. Not over my shoelaces, anyway. actually.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever, and the unlocked drawer slides out to greet you.
Unlock my mind. Let's destroy this one. Does not appear to be a thing unfortunate. Or the shop. Whoops.
The drawer slides shut.
In case of a strike, press button behind guard. I don't have any, what's going on there? 40 out of 100. Getting there. Measure head crushes all. I'm gonna get past you. Can I not? Oh, I hate this.
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Okay.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
The young woman at the giant's side agrees. Size him up first.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology?
A ripple of muscle passes underneath his skin. He lets you look.
It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger because you are not a threat to me.
Hello, Lily. Did he call me a ham sandwich? My body is unimportant. I'm with the police and I have police business with you.
That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to Al Ghul.
Raish? His face contorts in disgust, as if he were smelling a dead rat.
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
Wait, Uncle?
Yes, Al Ghul.
He means alcohol.
Understood.
I doubt it. My microcephalic race servant.
Excuse me? It's really that bad?
Not good.
Fair enough.
It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk, and drowned.
Oh no. You're right, I'm an alcoholic. I need you to cooperate with me.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning.
The race stuff is unimportant here. I just need you to help me do my job, please.
Begging for help. Attempting to pass fear for cooperation. How far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race.
Christ.
You gave the world eugenics,
Okay.
electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture.
I feel personally attacked right now.
You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
The situation is serious. Your people have probably killed a man.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war.
Okay. Let's not.
Bring your troops to the Simonine Islands and to Boogie Street. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
Where's my gun?
You could internalize Measurehead's race theory. It would enrich you rhetorically.
Wouldn't that mean I have to become a semi supremacist myself?
Well, not as such. What you do with the mastery of advanced race theory is up to you. You could reject the findings, sure, or accept them and become an advanced racist.
What? I'm sorry? What are those tattoos of yours supposed to mean?
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
Gestures toward the lorryman down the street.
Welcome to Revachol. You hear him yell at a redhead woman visiting the fritter nearby. He must think redheads are immigrants.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
The drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions. One thing, however, it is not entirely free of throwbacks in the phylogenetic tree. His large jaw, for example, could be a trait indicative of criminalism. Also, his earlobes could be small.
Are you sure? I mean, that jaw is clearly an atavistic stigma. Or stigmata.
That atavistic stigmata makes pussy say yes, plenty.
Okay.
Babe, thanks. But I got this.
Isn't Everett the union boss white?
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that.
He turns his eyes towards the harbor, seemingly bored with you. Yeah, but you still serve him. How does that factor into your life?
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront International Capital, which is something your race naivistic communists never did. Also, To serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic.
I wish I could see race theory, communism, they have everything. I mean, enough of this.
He looks toward the harbor, motionless, the tattoos on his face like a web of stone.
Know anything about this mug?
He does not so much as glance at the object.
Put this into the trash lately.
Stop showing me your pathetic cup. I have no interest in it.
He had nothing to do with it.
All right, then. We're out of here. What a strange man.
Scab?
Call me mañana.
You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the flask he reaches for from time to time.
Not a scab, I'm a cop.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here, to the Wild North? Come to see the strife?
Any idea who killed the hanged man?
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing?
Let's change the topic.
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair.
Nice talk. Gotta get moving. Let me just ask this. The first person I encountered for money. That's concerning. Hey, money. Says Greater Revachol Industrial Harbor.
Bastards! We have a right to work!
Man yells towards the harbor gates. His voice is the loudest of the lot and oddly screechy for a man his size. What's going on here?
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
The broad-shouldered alpha male turns to you. He's a full head taller than everybody else here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
No.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here. Right to work! Right to work!
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
What? What kind of cause are we talking
Rights
about?
of people, rights of workers, to have gainful employment, to make a salary,
and feed their families.
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of voice bland and uninspired, almost as if compiling replies from a set of learned phrases.
Regardless, I have some questions for you.
Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here.
Shame on you!
We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
He points his finger at the man sitting on the railing.
So do we, Scab.
The loitering man hollers in return. What exactly is your goal here?
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
And you were unable to breach the entrance.
Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guards blocking the way to the access panel.
Oh, that's the door you wanted me to... Nope, absolutely
I don't
not.
mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is.
Why don't you just talk to them?
Like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks don't understand civilized.
Okay.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now, if you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge.
The man rubs his jaw, a perfect, lightly bearded square wedge. Who are all these strikebreakers?
Honest men and women, with rights, to work, to be useful. Not toys for corporate interests.
The man runs a hand through his steadily graying military haircut.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If Union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were
given a job to do!
I recognize his voice, I think, but I can't place it.
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people.
He shifts uncontrollably in his workers' overalls. What do the strikers want?
Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we
have the right to work!
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting.
Ill-fitting? What does that mean?
His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence.
You wearing new clothes?
He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air. The clothes are obviously not his. Silence is the answer. There's something off here, but he won't say what. You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
Okay, I gotta ask. Where exactly are you from?
What's it to you?
Leafset's suspicion drips from every syllable. Routine. Part of the investigation.
Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people.
Already got that. I'm interested in your background.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill.
Was he in Mass Effect? Can someone... he sounds like a Turian. That is Mark Meir and also Jennifer Hale spliced together. I see. Mark McGuire? Wasn't that a baseball player who wound up doing steroids, if memory serves? Felix Peter. I'm getting two different answers. His name is Jeff. Felix in the original, and then they updated it with a new one. Oh, Mac McGuire. I read Mark McGuire. Okay. See what Mac McGuire has done. Where are you? MDB. Nope. Voice actor. Let's see. He hasn't done much at all. I think that's Nicolas Cage doing the VOIC. Bouncer. Where? I frequent a lot of bars. Maybe it's the one or one I know.
Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell?
Never heard of it. Are you lying?
We're done here. I have a strike to break.
He squints at you. A little spark of violence gutters in his eyes. Then he blinks to his men or blinks and turns to his men. He has that Turian cadence, though. Heck. Lars probably stored fuel here. Now they store booze. You better clean that thing thoroughly. Oh, why does it do that? A foreign car, kept in good condition. Why is it skipping like that? I'm getting it too. All right.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods.
Who's this?
A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the opulent, father of Philip IV, the Insane.
Oh, good.
As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations on the king's chest piece. Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy. Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy during the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
How did he manage to blow through the entire national treasury?
Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. He called it the Sol Auron. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
Deplorable farce. No wonder everything went to shit.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
The what now?
You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry, he was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy.
What is, like, pixie sticks?
Cocaine.
So he was addicted to pixie sticks. A bloated druggie?
That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later, right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Insulindian Bay.
This is a lot to process.
His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms.
Okay, where is he buried now?
Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum.
What happened to the statue?
The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces.
He restored the monument.
Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city.
Incredible.
The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit.
I mean, I wouldn't go this far, but I think it's cheeky as hell.
People in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists. Those critics might have it wrong, though. There's more to it than just ironism, but you can't say what precisely. Perhaps this art mystery will be solved at a later time. Philip III, the Squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. Not that he ever did in life either.
What indentations? What do I see?
Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the cuirass, around where the heart is. A bullet? Someone shot him in the heart. Interesting.
Lieutenant, has someone shot the king?
Okay, I can't see it, but I take your word for it.
What do you think?
Well, Martinez is riddled with bullet holes. This place saw a lot of action during the revolution. But the statue is recently renovated, so maybe a joke? Target practice or a political statement?
You should be able to see my character sheet. Oh no, I'm boring, cop. Sorry, cop. You don't see the stats and tasks, oh, I see. I did say sorry once, it's true. Those were people who were pre-dead. You know, like pre-deboned chicken. Political. It's a king and he's shot.
Why not? What this shows us is guns aren't too uncommon here, and people still shoot them, sometimes at kings.
The king stands high above you, surveying the bay, mute and indifferent to your sightings.
Wow. What weird pathing. Bold slogan, Humanauts, covers the truck. Can I not? Hello? Oh, good. Oh, good. I can now do nothing. I can't move, I can't hit escape. Tab does nothing. Alright. That's unfortunate. I suppose this is a good enough place as any. Well, yeah, I'll call it here. I'll play more of this tomorrow, as Shay will be unavailable. But look, that kid is brutal, all right? Yeah, I'll be doing this pretty much all week. I'm enjoying it. I wish the movement was a bit more intuitive. I also find it very difficult to sprint around and also hold tab. So I wonder if I need to look at the controls or to see exactly what I can do with them. Yeah, double click is like that's useful if you're using the mouse to move around, but I've been using WASD. To me, that's more intuitive. It's easier to do. But I may have to resort to that, not result. Or I can just rebind it. Shouldn't matter too much. Something like mouse 4. I would love if this just miraculously started. I don't want to have to go through all those conversations again. That's fine. I'll do it. Thank you all for hanging out.